I want to record some Gambit decks today. We're gonna start with the traditional discard collector deck and some silver Conquest, I think. And we might brew some other stuff, but I think this deck is solid, so we're gonna play some games with it. Let's pop on in here. Glad to be your noise, Lemur. Anything in the expanded variant shop today? I picked up a Jean Grey variant. Her card's not very good, but I want a variant for every card, and we'll probably play her at some point. Yeah, my understanding is they fixed the Jean Grey Goose Bug, and they fixed the, Jean Grey Goose Bug, and they fixed the other one. Well then. Okay, so we're not gonna have to deal with Mindscape. That's good. Magic Wolverine. Opponent is also cooking. We're pretty good at leveraging a 7th turn with this deck if we hit anywhere close to average, I think. Big Z Wine, thank you for the 68 months. Closing on something real nice. And Lazy Gamer, thanks for the half a year. Good morning, good morning. Yes, you are getting mission notifications when leaving a Conquest match. It's a great quality of life update. I really liked Nakia and Surfer when we played it yesterday. Thought it felt quite reasonable. I don't know if I'm Colleen here, right? J Chick, thank you for the 74 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. That's a very long time. It's a lot of primers over the years. I think I just am Mystique in passing. I want to see what they do with this Shuri. What if I do this? And then next turn... This guarantees I draw my deck. And then next turn I play Collector left and MODOK middle, right? Hey, Patter, thanks for hanging out. All right, giddy up, cowboy. Oh, I technically did this wrong. I should play. No, I was saying no. I'm about to say I should play collector so I can play around an arrow, but no, that's wrong. Collector needs to see the cards get discarded. This is very, very much not a Gambit game. Are we big enough to beat 31 on the left? Let's find out. Yeah, I think we are, right? Because we're gonna discard twice more. This is where I would put my fast forward if I had one. There should be one more discard here, if I'm counting correctly. So we'll go +7 more. Yeah. This deck has always been pretty good at just like raw linearing people, so I have to imagine that this is going to be a pretty decent matchup for us. Yeah. So like, obviously our fallback plan of like gambiting people with Wog Mystique isn't going to be good against the Wolverine Nimrod deck, but Collector's like a spicy little Morbius. Yeah, it's the closest thing you get to like having a second like really strong 2-drop like this. Opponent just like greatly underestimated our ability to put power onto the board. And in their defense, we did add what? This is 24, 32, and 40. What, we put 72 power into the board of the last turn? This deck always puts on a show for us, which is nice. Very, very solid archetype. You haven't seen this deck before, this is my preferred discard build. We played it a number of times on stream. I think it's very, very solid. This build was actually playing Gambit before this build's been playing Gambit since before what's what I'm searching for? Since before it was buffed, so. Unfortunately, I think this is going to be a bounce for 1 cube here. These locations are just incredibly bad for us. Good on playing Nakia for the Swarm and Apocalypse buff. I don't think this deck really needs extra points on those cards, generally speaking. You can and should hold your caches, Brad. The Spotlight caches. They read all the ones on your track refresh every week. The contents of all your caches, in fact, aren't determined until you actually open them. Enough said, Bob. Our opponent hasn't snapped us, so I'm just kind of vibing to see if they give us some more information about what's in their deck, because they've seen the entirety of our deck. Big of a concern is Spider-Ham for this deck. To set a low bar, this deck is better against Spider-Ham than other Apocalypse decks because we have an additional 6-drop that Spider-Ham can hit instead of Apocalypse, but obviously Spider-Ham's not good for us. I think this deck is as good into Spider-Ham as this kind of deck can be, but it's still not great. Secondary mention change to collect reserve. I got 50 tokens to reserve over collect level 8,000. Yes, they vary. If you are surprised that you're getting 50 tokens out of collector's reserves, you can and should go watch this video where I break down what Spotlight caches are and how they're going to work, because you missed some key details. That's true. I can make the collector huge here, huh? Which is kind of fun. Do I stay here for one more cube? Can I win a breaker? It says +4 on the left, putting me to 44. Let's say we know they have a Venom and it's 9 power. Yeah, we're just super dead. A 9 power Venom, there's no way we win a breaker. No reason to give him a second cube. Escape. Dusty McRusty, thanks for the 14 months. Welcome back. Chaos Hat, thank you for the 7 months of Prime. I uploaded a video this morning that gives my verdict on Jean. You should check that out if you're interested in my thoughts on the card. Shaping up well. Yeah, anytime I have the deck tracker up, you can assume we're playing above the Proving Grounds. Hey, Breeze, thanks for the half a year. Just not gonna compete for Kiln. Like with them having like Nimrod and stuff that just like strongly favors their deck. That was the less ideal card for us to hit here, but it is what it is. I lied. I apologize, Lady Sif. She knew exactly what she was doing. Let her cook, chat. Let her cook. Please be Nimrod. Please be Nimrod. Voodoo. Let's do this. They have Destroyer, yep. And nothing got blown up, so their null doesn't do anything. Victory. You said this before, have you run the numbers on new expected gold for players each month? Free-to-play players get 300 gold per season from the season pass. You get 200 gold per week if you do all your weekly missions. You get 200 gold from Conquest per season, and you get 500 gold from ranked rewards per season. It also looks like, in theory, the first week of the month, there's going to be 150 gold available for free-to-play players via the weekend missions, but we only have a sample size of 1 for that, so it's hard to say if that's going to be a consistent source or not. So, like, in total, if you're counting the ladder rewards, there's, what, 700... 800, 300, 1800. There's like 2,000-ish gold per month for free players. And then season pass players get an extra, like 1,500 or so on top of that. Well, Yeah, I didn't put Vibranium into my deck last turn because I wanted a clean path to Zola my Nimrod into. I apologize for getting a little stoned on stream. Things get a little crazy in here sometimes. Well, we're losing the middle, but I believe we're winning left and right.
Enough said.
Okay. I dig my way out of the Vibranium mines here. We'll get to our last game. I genuinely think the new Spotlight cash system is so much better. All of the numbers surrounding the system agree with that assessment. Every time someone tries to tell me the new Spotlight cash system is bad or worse, I ask them to show me the numbers and they are unable to. They are purely just talking about their feelings. If you go to Reddit, the sky is falling and Second Dinner just wants to make more money. I mean, that second thing is definitely true. Chat, I want to make one thing abundantly clear. I will always do my best to try and give you my opinion on a topic in an honest way. But don't you dare for a second think that Second Dinner's goal, regardless of what they do, isn't removing as much money as they can from your pockets and transferring it to theirs. They are a company operating under late-stage capitalism, and the line must constantly go up. I'm doing here. I think it's this. I feel like a lot of people think that, or not a lot of people, I feel like there's a group of my detractors that think I have like this silly idea of like what the goal of these companies are. And it's just like, well, just because I'm not playing Chicken Little and saying the sky is falling every time something happens that I remotely dislike, doesn't retreating later here's a waste of time. They're on their last 2 cubes. Doesn't mean that I don't understand like how the system works, right? One of the community sites is claiming to have data mined August Spotlight caches. We can take a look at those later, but again, those are early data mines. They're not guaranteed to be correct. They could be. I would hesitantly want to wait and see what that if they're accurate the first time before really leaning into it. Yes, hopefully they're correct, and it will be helpful for planning. I agree with that. I wish they hadn't nerfed our gold because I care more about variants than cards. Well, they also gave you things that give you more variants. Is the thing. Ladies sit here and play for all 3. The fact that I killed their thing means they can play to 2 locations here, though. We're hoping to kill Iceman there. We lost the coin flip. It happens. Placing a duplicate Series 4-5 card with a random 700 gold variant feels wrong. Again, just for the sake of providing accurate information, it's not being replaced with a guaranteed 700 gold variant. It's being replaced by a premium mystery variant, which could be a 700 gold variant, but never a pixel, but can also be a 1200 gold variant. So these are the first weeks with their spotlight things. These are the second weeks with data mined variants. These are the third weeks with data mined variants. Honestly, I really don't love a lot of these ones that they picked for spotlight variants. These first week ones are good, but a lot of them, it's super subjective because it's art, obviously, but I'm not really in love with any of these ones here. Or this second week. I like the ones this week. Thanos, and Mirage. This is a week where this Thanos variant could maybe persuade me to open spotlight caches instead of just spending tokens on Mirage. It's neat that so these are the ones, if you haven't clicked into it yet, these are, these ones here are data mined going into the next season. So these have yet to be confirmed by Second Dinner and are speculative based on data mines. The new cards for August. I kind of wanted the Silk variant, chat. It's interesting that they have this listed as 1,200 gold on their side. I assume that that's bugged and will change. X23 is a neat looking card for sure. Silver Samurai, being another enabler for stature is a big deal. And Jeff is coming. What's it called? In September. It's gonna be a little bit for Jeff. It's also, so that's interesting here based on these data mines, is that they're rerunning Null, or it looks like they intend to rerun Null. Oh, also, not only are they rerunning Null, but it's a different variant art too, based on the data mines. So even when they eventually rerun these things, there'll be new variants coming through. They've confirmed that each repeat will likely get a new variant. That's another good observation. If this is really going to be Null repeating per these data mines in September, that means Null is intended to stay Series 4 at the very least through September. Is a really good observation. I'm actually a little sad about this Kitty Pride one, because it's like the one Kitty Pride variant I really don't like. I would like added in. Well, Jeff is currently Series 5. So, like, Jeff, even they could potentially downgrade Jeff to 4 before this cache, and he'd still be eligible for Spotlight caches. But this is already, ooh, that's a good catch. There's no Hit Monkey in here, is there? That's true too. So if you're on the fence about spending tokens on Jeff or Hitmonkey, yeah, I need to figure out exactly how I want to parse this data and present it, but I feel like I need to come up with some type of grid ranking system to help people make estimates of what to expect. The observation of you shouldn't expect cards to be data mined. Silver Surfer's already Series 3. There's a week with no new cards. Yeah, the first week of the season, there's no new cards. No Zabu could mean he drops. Yeah, that's another good observation for things that aren't in here. Like the potential like Series 4 cards that aren't getting repeats are maybe more likely to drop. I think is a good take. Does unobtainable on Snapfan mean they're never coming? No, it means they just haven't released yet. Someone asked if this Darkhawk was the 3x value Darkhawk. No, it's slightly different. Let me click through to here. The 3x value Darkhawk was this one, I think. And some of these are misclassified. Like this isn't a super rare. This was the 3x value Darkhawk. Same character, some similarities. Wings open versus closed, yeah. Alright, let's play some more Gambit, huh? I'm up to 3,000 medals already for the season. It's tough to choose only 1 week to open Spotlight Cache. Well, again, it's worth noting, if you expect to be as unlucky as humanly possible, which occasionally you will be, you'll need 4 caches every time you want to open. But a lot of times, statistically speaking, unless you want absolutely everything in a given week, it's only going to take you 2 or 3 caches to get to whatever new card is released in a given week. I'll wait a turn here, but I might snap early. Our hand's pretty good. Well then. I think it's unlikely they fill the white hot room this turn, so I'm gonna Morbius into Colleen and then fill it next turn. They snap back because they have Hood here or something? That's a thing that happened. Yeah, do I save the Mystique for the last turn and make them think that they're winning the bar? They could have, like, a Hood here. This'll give me +6, 7, 8, 9. I'm getting 10 in the middle, so I go up to 21. So I'll be 8, 21, and 3. I picked this Dream Grave variant up last night, by the way. It's real good. Missed a tie by 2 points and a win by 3, huh? They're up 4, we're up 2. How do they play a non-Mysterio right? Because Jeff, when you play your Jeff for the turn as your first card, when you play your Jeff as your first card, your rest of your cards don't have to be played to Gene's location. Gene and Bounce and Entry ID. It doesn't solve any problems that the deck has, and it literally was only good here because Bar with No Name flipped up, and this was possibly the best she could ever be, and they still only won the game by 2 fucking points. Like, if anything, I think this game is an indictment of Jean being real mediocre, if anything, right? Like, this was the best, like, possibly the best possible, and it's still just this win by a super narrow margin. I mean, Jean is certainly the reason they won that game. Yes, and they also needed Jeff. Without Jeff, Jean wouldn't have been enough for them to win that game. They would have lost it. Is another really good observation there. You also had +3 energy. Yes, because I played in a way that was good for the location for me, too. Thank you for telling us something that was in no way, shape, or form relevant to the discussion that we're having. Please leave. I think Jean has a role in Cerebro 3. I think if you're playing Cerebro 3, you're probably not very worried about being competitive anyways, and you should play cards that make you happy and follow your heart. Come on, it's a clever play. Where did I say it wasn't a clever play? Like, it's so, like, like, why do you people keep bringing up things that aren't relevant to what I'm talking about? I was simply pointing out the accurate statement. One, here's the other thing, the person I just banned, if they had Hood, it would have been good. The Jeff variations of the bounce deck are cutting fucking Hood. So I would bet good money that no, it couldn't also be a good play if they had Hood, because they probably weren't playing fucking Hood. And you know that if you do the metagame. Fucking gamers, chat. My opinion on Electro Bounce. I think Electro Bounce is probably worse than the other options, but again, do what sparks joy. If I do this, it triggers my friends a couple of times, and this. I think I like it. I think I like it. It pushes Morbius over to the left as well. There are Jeff variations of bounce, yes. Did you play a Namor deck recently that I didn't find on Untapped? Untapped doesn't log all of the decks that I play anymore because I have to keep pasting them over the same deck slots because Marvel Snap doesn't give us deck slots, and Untapped doesn't like that I keep pasting things over the same deck slot. So, yes, we played a viewer submission that was playing Namor the other day. You'd have to go back through the streams and try and find that. I don't have it anymore. I think I'll stay here for 1 cube with Gambit. 2/3 to win the game. Nailed it. Hey, and Wesley Whitman, thanks for the entire year. Welcome back, appreciate it. Get you a sword to go with that shield. We'll have to see how much bounce there is. I was gonna play some silver and gold today while we were testing decks, but if it's mostly bounce decks, we'll have to play other areas to get some more variety. I hope your vacation was good, Zap. Jeff's not a big bad, he's a big good. Big true, big true. With the data mine saying Jeff isn't going to get run in spotlight caches until early September, yeah, he's a good use of your tokens for sure. How many different decks would you estimate you play a day? At least 3 or 4, sometimes more. It depends on how bad the decks are. When we play bad decks, we play more of them. I was surprised they nerfed High Evolutionary but didn't nerf Bounce. I was not. So, if you listen to how Second Dinner talks about things, their patches get locked in relatively far in advance. So, like, while it became apparent that Bounce was very strong a little while ago, it probably became apparent that Bounce was really strong after they had already locked in their patch. Would be my best guess. Yeah, I would be surprised if Bounce doesn't have OTA updates, but like patches get locked in a lot further in advance than OTAs do. I don't think it was until Conquest happened that it was like really apparent that the Bounce deck was really good. How do you nerf Bounce? There's 1,000 different levers they can pull and twist. Depends on what they want to do. Depends on which cards they view as overperforming. I think Kang is worth running in higher equity, in higher Conquest games. Nah, probably not. Is 25 enough here in the middle? Yeah, probably. Yeah, they have a couple of demons. But the demons are only 6s? Why would I play Apocalypse Left? Apocalypse Left only puts me at 13 there. And they're going to passively be at 1, 2, 3, 4, 11. And then Demon puts them to 14. So if I play Apocalypse Left here, I lose to Bishop plus Demon. Oh, the demons could have been Nakia too. Yeah, that's a good call. So the demons could be 14 up to 17 here. And then their kitty... I actually don't know how big their kitty is. We might be dead to the kitty. Yeah. Come and get my cubes. I really wish the game would show me... I really wish the game would show me how big kitty is. Wait, what? They beasted the kitty too? Alright, I'm just gonna go play Proving Grounds. This is one of those things where Second Dinner's client desperately needs better features. Yeah, this is the snap we're probably being ghosted is also true. Because they just like lost to the apocalypse here and they know we have these swarms, so we're never beating someone ghosting us. And basically every other digital card game I've ever played that has reasonable features, when your opponent has cards in their hand that you know what they are from information that they've been bounced back or whatever, it shows you their hand, or lets you click on something to see them if it's not actively showing them to you. So like in a spot like this, I should be able to like click on here and see their kitty pride, how much it costs, how big it is, their demons, etc. That should be information that's available to me. Even a history bar doesn't show that cleanly enough. Yeah, in Magic Arena and Runeterra, you can like look at their hand and see exactly what the public information is. And same thing for this deck too, right? Like my opponent should be able to click and see where my Apocalypse is at, how many swarms I have, etc. I watched your stream yesterday on delay, and I saw your bubbly Samsung Z Fold 4. I have the same one in mind, did a similar thing. I peeled off the foil with no problem, and it's fine now. All right, that's good to know. I'm going to take it to somewhere in town that says they replaced those, and just have them replace it, I think. I'm just dealing with the bubbles for now. G-Tep, thanks for the 5 months of Prime. Welcome back. You can find some of my decks on Untapped, but it doesn't get all of them. Wrong. Did I type desk instead of decks? Yeah, obviously other interface things like being able to see destroyed or discarded cards should be something that's there too. And I'm sure they like want to do that at some point. But they just haven't had the tech time, but it's really things like that, it would be like huge quality of life that should definitely be top priority. Because in terms of like functionally what they make the game. Why aren't people playing Sandman decks against all the bounce decks? Because I know you're watching Twitch.tv and you can't remember past the last 2 games where I just played against Bounce twice in a row, but Bounce isn't that popular. It's very good, but people still play lots of different things, and the Sandman deck, outside of having a good Bounce matchup, because obviously Sandman's good against Kitty Pride, that deck kind of fucking sucks. How long did the built-in protector last until your Z-Fold got bubbles on it? I bought mine in September of last year, so like 10 months. Yeah, I agree with that. The Sandman deck is also not particularly interesting to play. Also my personal subjective take. For people talking about turn 5 wave versus Sandman, turn 5 wave is good against bad bounce players. It is not good enough against good bounce players. And to be fair, a lot of the people you're going to play aren't going to be very good at the bounce deck, and you're going to beat them with turn 5 wave. But good bounce players are going to maneuver around that card more often than they lose to it. Hey, Ezrace, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. That's a great take from a good bounce player. If someone snaps me when they see Kitty, I know to dump on 5 and not prioritize Kitty. Wow, these are actually some great hits, huh? Wow, Titania in the middle, assuming I just wouldn't play middle, is so fucking bold. GG. We did lose to the Gambit buff, didn't we? Would bounce be less of an issue if not everybody had Kitty? If a deck is only not popular because people don't have access to the cards, it's still problematic. The idea that availability of cards should help balance the game is very nonsensical. Is bounce still statistically still an issue? Well, I mean, they didn't adjust the deck at all, and they made the other best deck worse, so I would assume it's better than it was before. EJ Fahey, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Just again, as a general note, as what I expect from discourse and Twitch chat, you're always welcome to disagree with me and generate a discussion, but like comments like this, I agree that Sandman's boring to play, but it's in my personal opinion that it's good against more than just bounce. Like, you didn't give me anything about your opinion or explain any reasoning for why you disagree with me. Your statement basically just boils down to, hey Jeff, I think you're wrong in my opinion. And like, I'm wrong all the time. You can ask my wife how frequently I am wrong. But like, if you're gonna tell me I'm wrong, like, take 30 fucking seconds and write out and explain why you disagree with my position instead of just saying, hey, I think your position is wrong. Show your work. And if you don't want to show your work, just don't disagree with me in chat. Like, if you want to disagree, do it in a way that generates a discussion. Yondu, Invisible Woman, Shuri. Trash Lactus! Thanks for upping the prime, I appreciate that. Oh, Shuri makes sense in a Nimrod deck. I'll save you some work. The $10 Namor bundle is great. I believe we're just dead here. Their Venom got used up is good for us. Yeah, the fundamental thing that makes the bounce deck strong is that it's good against all the tech cards. Close game, GG. I played around Carnage or whatever, and didn't play around Destroyer. Would Helicarrier left be a safer play for Destroyer? Okay, and what if they play Destroyer on the left? And then I lose here and here anyways, right? Why would playing Helicarrier on the left be a safer play? Because it flips a coin better? Flips a different coin? That was a coin flip, right? Poor Gambit. I wanna blow some cards up, and everybody's playing destroy decks. Moj, the economy video giving a breakdown of how the spotlight caches works talks about how the system plays out for people in different spots. Pino Graham, thank you for the 49 months. Welcome back. If you missed that one, what I posted. Opponents agree blowing up their cards is fun. Yeah, exactly. I think swapping Crystal for Chavez makes this deck better. If I thought swapping Crystal for Chavez made this deck better, I would make that swap. There's this fundamental misunderstanding among players that adding Chavez to your deck makes the entirety of your deck more consistent, when in reality, it makes your turns 1 through 5 more consistent at the cost of making your turn 6 less consistent. This is just a bad location for us, so I can't leave because I snapped. The biggest problem with Surfer decks, in my opinion, is solved by adding Spider-Man, because you have a hard time beating big things that go over the top of you, and Spider-Man in tandem with other location lockout cards like Goose and Storm really help solve that by dictating where your opponent is able to play your things out. Cedrus the Entertainer King, thank you for the over 3 years. Welcome back. Do you have any use for collector's tokens now as your collection complete and spotlight caches now exist? I mean, I'm not going to arbitrarily have enough spotlight caches to open every new card in perpetuity from spotlight caches. People like myself who stay collection complete will maintain collection completion through a mixture of opening spotlight caches and spending collector's tokens on new things. This change made maintaining a collection cheaper. I forgot to step on one. This change made maintaining a collection cheaper, didn't it? How much it costs to maintain a complete collection always has and always will be variable depending on the contents of bundle deals that get run in a given month. Okay, so we're hoping to draw a Swarm next turn, ideally. It's unfortunate, but not the end of the world. Speaking of which, did you get the Cosmic Wildfire bundle? The Cosmic Wildfire bundle is one of the highest value bundles that Marvel Snap is releasing at any time in the next couple of months. And, for someone who's sweating in the proving grounds, it was an ambitious stay and not retreating. We're not sweating, we're doing best of one, God bless. Location's very good for us, so we could draw a Collector or a Morbius here the next couple of turns. There is never an OTA update on the week that we had a patch. The next OTA update is 1 week from today. They might get rid of Sinister London here, but if they don't, we might be Wong, Mystique, Gambit gamers here. That's fine, I don't want to play Marvel Snap with you anyways. Hey, thanks for the biddies, Yoda. That's very generous of you. Good morning. Am I gonna make a best decks for, I clicked the wrong button. Sorry, opponent. I'm gonna make a best decks for Echo video. No, I don't do best decks video for non-season pass cards. They tend to not be well received on YouTube.
Escaped.
Today's post-release verdict on Jean Grey video seems to be performing well, though. So I think we'll probably stick to doing those a couple of days after the card's release, but in general, the in advance deck building ideas videos is something people want for the regular weekly card releases. You think that could change with the Spotlight cash engine economy? I don't think so. I'd be surprised at least. Why don't we play the last one? Because we're playing the Proving Grounds, which is basically best of one. There's no reason to play more than one game in the Proving Grounds. Once you're down cubes, just move on to the next one. The Proving Grounds isn't real Conquest. Silver will play full games because they kind of almost matter, but yes, I know we queued up for Silver Conquest. We've basically only played against destroy decks and bounce decks, which when queuing up with our deck trying to show off Gambit has really not been a great experience. I mean, the rest of our deck is fine without Gambit, so we've been, like, winning games and matches, but... God, does that suck? Oh, Nova Scarlet. So they're probably, the Sarah deck, then. My hand good enough to stay here. It's like, let's take one more draw. Martin Killer Key. I don't know what I want to do here. I don't know that we win if we just Modoc. I kind of think I want to just Gambit. I don't know how we win that game afterwards. Paying a cube to learn that Rogue exists is definitely a worthwhile play for us. Yeah, Quinjet should make cards from District XP cheaper. Caterbug is my understanding. Will they still be dropping card series with the new system? Eventually, but not on any set schedule anymore. Rogue's more common tech with Invisible Woman running around. That makes sense. Helps protect your kitty pride from Invisible Woman Killmonger. Miles is being killed by Killmonger in some situations. Yes, it is a bug. Second Dinner is aware and working on it. For the person asking me, what are you supposed to be using your collector's tokens on? The answer is all of the options are equally bad. You should buy things that are things you would want to play with. There isn't really a strict optimization part of the system. You should just be buying cards that you want to play games of Marvel Snap with. If there are lots of Series 3 cards you want, use them to get Series 3 cards. If there are Series 4 and 5 cards you want, get those instead. I intentionally did not include links in the Jean Grey video to the Jean Grey deck list, because when I put deck links in the video description of a video like that, people don't actually watch the video. They load it, pause it, and just click on the deck links and leave. And people behaving in that way really hurts the video in terms of the YouTube algorithm. So yes, in a perfect world, there would be deck links in that video description. But YouTube fucking sucks as a platform, and that makes the content perform worse. I think I'm just punting the lab. Let's see. I think we actually can compete for the lab here, huh? I'm gonna add 4 more points over here still, too.
Opponent snapped. Snap.
Dinner's ready! Come and get it! Shang-Chi in the middle. Yeah. Boop. There isn't really a clean sub for Silk in that deck. Probably just other good 2-drop. I would not play Titania. Now, it is worth noting here with the Nova, oh my god. Never lucky Rubber Ducky. That's so brutal. I would say it's worth noting if they have Rogue on curve. I can't Mystique it. I can't Mystique it anyways. I got opened 1 cash, Igjot Jean Grey, therefore the new system rolls. I mean, that's gonna happen with some frequency, right? Like 25% of the time, you're gonna open 1 box and you're gonna get the brand new card in 1 try, and you're going to have the rest of the boxes for another day in the future. And it's like, yeah, there's some variation there, but that's not necessarily unlikely. Hey, J-Den, thanks for the 5 buns. Appreciate you dropping off your Prime again. I'll stay for 1 cube. Come and get it. There's a chance the real Mysterio is in the Shuri's lab, giving them 20 there, but I'm going to 32. And 32 could win the left while 20 holds the center. I guess they just assumed I wouldn't play for Shuri's Lab. That's fair. It was a coin flip for him. I don't know. I mean, there's a world where I play the what's it called on the right. It was just a coin flip. I don't know that I'm more or less likely to play on any given side there. Oh, maybe I'm more likely to play left because of. I'm more likely to play left because like I'm already ahead on the right, but I don't think that's necessarily a guarantee. I think Cerebro 2 is certainly the best Cerebro variation. You set a low bar. I'm hesitant to say it's good, but I think Cerebro 2 is definitely the best Cerebro deck. I really love the fact that the new system means I don't have to hoard regular reserves anymore. Getting to always open 90% of my things is a big quality of life improvement for me personally. They really just not play to Asgard? Weird. I guess I technically didn't draw any extra cards here. Isn't it better to hoard reserves now? Because who knows what new system they'll introduce in 3 months that can make regular reserves better. I mean, with that line of thinking, you should open all of your Spotlight caches and spend all of your collector's tokens today because your home could get hit by a meteor or you could get struck by fucking lightning and then you'll never have had a chance to use them. That's actually good for us, right? Because we'll get to MODOK on 5 and just, like, give them nothing. I think Jeff the Baby Landshark is a great use of collector's tokens. They have a demon in their hand. Yikes.
Opponent snapped.
I think with the demon from the Iron Lad, I have to leave. Too far behind here on average. The Starlit Citadel plus Big House is actually kind of awkward for us. Because it means I'm going to have to play Wong somewhere and we won't be able to guarantee, won't be able to guarantee MODOK. To set a low bar, I expect Echo to probably be better than Jean, but it's also worth acknowledging that, like, Echo's also going to be this, like, narrowish tech card. It's not Echo and Jean aren't cards you really build your deck around. They're like cards that serve a purpose and are probably good in the correct spot, but will the format be in a spot that makes those good? I don't know. All right, Big House went where we wanted to. Ideally, we discard Apocalypse 3 times here and then Helicarrier once, but we'll see how this goes. As far as non-MODOK draws go, Mystique was towards the top. Never a lucky River Ducky. Losing the coin flip feels bad. Feels like we're dead here. They only need to put 7 left and 5 middle. They can play 2 4-drops. Their Hawk is 12. I wonder if there's a world where I'm supposed to just play Crystal middle to shrink their Hawk. I wonder if that could have won. Yeah, maybe that's the line, actually. That would have also won, but
Victory.
I guess we had priority and they were expecting us to make the collector bigger. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad gimmick. It's a little optimistic. I agree with that. I'm gonna lead on Collector here, just in case they Black Widow us again. She makes him bigger. Do I plan on having a gameplay highlight for Gene on YouTube? I don't think there's gameplay with Gene to highlight. We played Gene Grey decks for 6 hours straight on Tuesday. And there wasn't a single game where I was like, yes, this was an impressive Gene game. This is a Gene Grey highlight. Unfortunately, the only card I think you can replace in this deck is like Gambit, and that needs to be Moon Knight. Colleen Wing giving you an avenue to get more swarms is a pretty unique effect. Are there any good Living Tribunal decks? There are not. Card is very bad. Have a rock? Have a rock. More middle would be safe. They don't before. Well, they're a dino deck too, so even playing the rock middle could be a little suspect.
All systems go. Victory.
It is a big Black Widow. It's a good retreat from our opponent. It was basically free for them because 5 cubes versus 6 as we head into the high stakes round are identical. I have Collector Wogbodak. We'll stay for their snap. Widow really needs a buff. Widow could probably stand to be a 2-2, yeah. The Killmonger Miles interaction is both confirmed to exist and confirmed to be a bug. No word on when it's getting fixed. All right, Jen, I believe in our lad here. Gambit's about to put points on the board. Oh gosh, that's actually great for us too, right? Because this means that we'll fill our hand with swarms, and then Gambit's likely to make the collector bigger too. Hey, JMS, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. Okay, we need either of these last two to go right. Or they both need to hit swarms. If we hit swarm here again, we win too. Okay, second, doesn't matter what we hit.
Victory.
Like I said, this deck was playing Gambit, so we could do this as a backup plan even before they buffed him, and it's still good after. Easy clap, professional Gambit. Was that a gold ticket game? Or is that our first silver? I forget. I think it was our first silver. No, it was a gold ticket game. All right, the discard deck got a gold ticket, so we're gonna run this through a gold, see how far it can get, and then we'll slide along to something else. You're surprised I didn't touch bounce with the OTA. What OTA? I'm not surprised they didn't touch bounce in the patch, which was likely locked in weeks ago before they went on vacation. It was apparent that bounce was the best deck. I would be shocked if they didn't touch bounce in the OTA update next week, which they typically lock in the week before this week. Remember, part of the reason why they moved to these OTA updates is because the changes that they make to card text in the full patches need to be locked in relatively far in advance. So patch changes strike to balance or change cards text boxes that really aren't seeing play, like Nakia, for example. And they aim to address problems that have existed for a little while but need text box changes and not number changes. TCGs where you could change the text on cards are growing on me. Yeah, Zach. Honestly, Zach, the way the Snap team balances their cards is basically what I've always wanted out of a digital card game, and it's so wonderful to finally have it. Stream Dimension's real bad for us. What was Nakia's beta text? I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember at this point. But all the patch changes at a Gambit happened via OTA. They changed the text box on High Evo Hulk, and they changed the text box on Nakia, and they didn't change Gambit's text box, but they changed how it functions on the back end. So no, none of the changes they made could have happened via OTA. Okay, so we play Mystique here, copying, well, do I want a Mystique, copy Morbius, or do I want to wog into Mystique into Gambit? I have Modok, so I think I'm inclined to just Wong next turn. Gambit's just not super strong into the bounce deck is the thing. I think I want to just try and keep up on numbers. I think they just have too many targets for Gambit most of the time. Pull up all the Mysterios, yeah, exactly. Okay, and Swarm's actually one of our two best draws here. We're hoping to draw Helicarrier as our last card. If we draw Helicarrier on the 1 and 4 next turn, we probably beat them. Because Modok's just gonna fill it up. Great. Let her rip.
Snap.
As bounce players never retreated in their life, and they're not about to start now, chat.
I am Iron Man.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh! I think Iron Man gets us. We need Helicarrier to have a Helicarrier. Yeah, if Helicarrier had Swarm Helicarrier. Or something like that in it, maybe. A bounce deck definitely needs some numbers trimmed off of it. Why is Crystal good in this deck? Because you want to draw MODOK by turn 5. Yeah, we basically haven't seen Carrot since Spider Ham dropped. Hopefully they're all right wherever they're at. Why not? Compile and Conquer. Thanks for the 7 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Yes, there's an OT update 1 week from today. I remember one day you saying Bounce can never be tier 1 because Sandman and Wave exists. Oh, that day. Well, the context around that statement was the latter was the only way to play Marvel Snap. And it turns out that Conquest, having repeated matches against the same opponent, allows players who play Bounce to outmaneuver the hate cards when they know they're coming. Almost like context is key and the details matter. We should have snapped before the Gambit yet. Hey, glad you ever fought the server deck. Infinity Antics very good. It's gonna be one of the highlights this weekend for sure. Yeah, but Carrot used to hang out in chat too. They haven't been in chat either. We killed their lockjaw. I'm gonna snap on 1 this game because I have Morbius, Mystique, and Collector. We need to find some of our things worth discarding, but all of our good early setup is here. You suggest any optimal decks for Stegron? I don't think there are any decks that optimally want Stegron currently. Helicarrier is not replaceable in this deck. This deck doesn't really have replaceable cards. I think the plan here is Crystal into Collector Sif. We might also Wong Modok, depending on what we draw here with Crystal. Oh, fuck, I forgot the thing was gonna move. LOL. If they beat me by any amount here, we're tied here, and then I lose, so... Definitely a retreat game.
Escaped.
Darkhawk and Spider-Ham probably make this matchup difficult to impossible for us. They're both hate cards that are very, very strong into what our deck is trying to do. If both players retreat, no one loses cubes. Do this in this order, just in case we draw Mystique. Again, do this in this order in case we draw Mystique. There is a separate tab at the top of the untap page for Conquest decks. Ooh, Gambit nerf means we don't get to blow anything up here. Crystal, putting extra cards into their hand is good for us here. They also just like put a bunch of rocks into their deck. I guess their rocks are free to play out from the Elysium. We're up to 17 in the middle. If they had their Hulk early, it's huge. Probably gonna come down to a Dracula flip here. We're beating a Chavez though, so... Old Hulk we leave every time. New Hulk we stay against. Four cards in hand. Four cards in. I assume they made this play that they did in the middle, essentially punting the middle to kind of guarantee Dracula's going to be big enough. They also at least had Chavez, though, so there was a chance that we were going to win that, but... unlucky. Oh gosh. If Diablo's base kills the mine, the rocks don't blow up, right? Dinner's ready, come and get it. Dracula was ready to blaze it, and our opponent was ready to blaze all of their cubes. Ah, it sucks that the rocks mean I can't discard Swarm. Drawing Vibranium is better than my average card next turn, I think. So we'll get this out here. This could lose to Big Hulk here, Wasp here. 14 covers most else on the left, though. I think I just put my points into the middle, so I beat some of their big middle high rolls.
Victory.
They discarded a 20 power Hulk. I guess they would have lost if they played 20 power Hulk. 20 power Hulk here would have meant that I was down 6, tied it up 15. Yeah, they didn't have the Wasp. Okay. Are we gonna sneak this one out, chat? Feels like we might sneak. We gotta win one of the next two. It ain't over yet, but we're a small leg up. This hand's not very good. That is a good pickup for us. I don't think I want a Lady Sif because it would fill my hand because of the can't play high. Hey, Ezreal, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Is a Lockjaw in Shuri's lab? Lockjaw in Shuri's lab is not good, chat. Because your things that come out don't get doubled. Do I need more than one Morbius over here? It could be Morbius into Lady Sif. Yeah, that's true too. And that's going to get me more power here. Yeah, I think this is actually better. It gives me some utility on the helicarrier next turn, too. Yeah, I like this, actually. Oh, this is also better against this. I think this is better against this.
I still believe in heroes.
Oh, chat! I could have played around their Darkhawk pulling by Mystique by playing these in the other order. If I had been slightly more professional, I would have played Lady Sif first and this second, and then we'd have a second thing here. If we lose the left, we could have had plus 14 there. Okay. There's an invisible wasp here, I think. So I haven't seen that lockjaw bug before. That's the card being completely invisible is the new one. Mom spaghetti, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on the computer code already. That's a new one I saw yesterday. Okay. New with the patch. Alright, we're gonna finish this gold run, however long that may be with Discard Collector, then we'll move along to another deck. I know I've been playing this one for a while this morning.
Opponent snapped.
Buttlord Wieners, who is absolute garbage. Yeah, that sounds right. Do we make this the game, chat? We're gonna mute Mr. Buttlord. Or Mrs. Buttlord, or non-binary Buttlords. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. My lord butt. Okay, we need to draw a Swarm. Apocalypse would also be fine, but Swarm is like the most rewarded for a snapback I've ever been. All right, 2 out of 5 to draw a crazy card for next turn. The best around. No one's ever gonna bring us down. That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Victory.
Does the bike count calories burned in any way? There's an LCD screen on it that tracks a bunch of different stuff, but I haven't put batteries in it to figure it out. Chat, my goals in exercising aren't really to lose weight. I mostly just want to keep my body, like, relatively physically fit so I can chase my small children and not feel out of breath while doing so. I don't really diet. I eat what I want. I just want to, like, you know, be able to, like, run some flights of stairs and chase after children outside. I'm not snapping the back here, but our hand's decent. We just need a collector or Morbius. Definitely muting our opponent, snapping and emoting Spider Ham on us. Big regrets staying in after Shuri's lab flips up. Even if Diablo's base kills Shuri's lab here, we're still pretty far behind here. Wog Mystique Gambit is certainly a chip in a chair. We're saying I'm kidding insurance. I mean, we stayed for their snap on 1. And at this point, we don't stand to lose anything, right? And we could take a couple of draws. See how this works out. Gambit is simultaneously the best draw and worst draw in my deck, because it could potentially get me to stay in a game. They have priority, which makes the 2099 pretty scary. What's going on, Sleepy Dog? Thank you for the 18 months. Welcome back. Did they order that wrong? Wait, what? Oh my god. We were actually 50% to win this game on the last Gambit trigger. That's so sad. If the last Gambit trigger had hit Hitmonkey or Kitty Pride, we win the game. I mean, he had some of the right targets, but yeah, we needed either of those. The last one. I'm Lincoln. Thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. I'm gonna leave. There's no Modok in my hand, and there's no Collector or Morbius. So if they want to raise the stakes here, my hand is not strong, I'm going to leave. You have to remute people every single game of Conquest, and it is absolutely garbage. It is a very poor user experience. Okay, I'll stay because we have Collector this time. Our opponents literally just snapped on turn 1 every single game of the set. Extra sad that we lost to 50-50 that behavior. Assume they're gonna beast the left this turn. Nothing about the economic change they implemented makes it make sense to hoard credits. Do I snap them back here on the Morbius draw? I think so, right? And I think I want to Mystique the Wong so my collector in the center gets huge, right? I like how the vault recloses every time we fast forward. Yeah, that's a sentinel. Got me. All right, it's not over yet. They can't stamp us on one anymore, but we are in high stakes rounds. And we are only 5-2 or 5-1. So they just have to run off 3 in a row here. That being said, our starting hand here is very strong. We have Morbius into Mystique into Crystal, making it more likely that we draw MODOK on time. And we already have Swarm teed up. This is one of our ideal openers. Isle of Silence does mean we need these to be locations we can play into. Do I play this here just in case this is something like Morag or Death's Domain? Because I really need to play Mystique and Morbius into each of these. I think that's the play. I think I play right because of locations that lock us out. Wonderful. Well, we're not going to play around Carnage from X because we got to Mystique the center next turn regardless because I can't Mystique the Isle of Silence. Okay, little expansion diff in our favor. Hoping to pick up Modokerson next turn. Wong's not necessarily a bad draw. It means that if we draw MODOK next turn, we get really big numbers thanks to the Swarm. It's also worth noting spots like this. The big difference between this build of discard and the traditional build of discard that goes around that plays Chavez is this build of discard wants to be able to draw MODOK on turn 5 in a lot of these spots. And the fact that we have so many cards that we're happy to draw on turn 6 is a big part of what makes Chavez not good in this build when it's good in the other build. And then they're all in, so obviously we're staying. They have priority though, which is bad for us. Oh, I should sift into Gambit because of the Spider Ham. Yes, good call. I forgot about him. All right, we gotta win one of the next two. This hand is solid, and it doesn't even mind getting porked next turn, which is great. I think I need to play Mystique here, even though Strange Academy could kick them into here, because I want Morbius and Mystique to guaranteed be in different location spots. Okay, and then because we got porked here, that makes the decision on which card we're playing next turn easier. It's Wong, LOL. I'd kind of like to draw a Collector, huh? Apocalypse would also be good. Collector or Apocalypse, I think would be our best pickups here. Get bet. All right, Gambit, not the hood, bud. Not the hood, Gambit. Okay. It is a little unfortunate that we didn't get to draw a card this turn. Bicky, thank you for the 46 months. Welcome back. We do this. Do I need to put swarms here? I'm gonna go up to 16 here. I think I put 4 swarms on the right. This is +8, +4. I want to hold the swarm so that way Lady Sif gives each of these +2. Playing the swarm is +3 here. Holding the swarm is +2 here and here. So I'm trading 1 point here for 2 more points here. Yeah, they just didn't play for middle. Not gonna do it.
Victory.
All right, we got one more match in gold here. See if we can convert to an infinite ticket. Up to almost 4,000 medals. Yeah, this is, I want to just share some quick thoughts on this. Will there be punishment for people who double-dipped the system? As someone who doesn't follow content creators who advocated for this, or any creators at all, I patched my game and went about my day only to see some of my YouTube feed having content creators explain how to game the system. So, one, how do you not follow any content creators, but then you also have content creators on your YouTube feed? That's, all right, we'll worry about that later. Will there be punishment for this, or at least reparation for those who hoarded and opened all the caches on the new patch? This is a response from a second dinner person down here at the bottom. I'm a little bit grumpy folks came up with the double dipping, but we've got to let it slide. I threw together a list of every player that did it though. It's a pretty small list. It was a pretty small amount of bonus value on average for folks who thought to do it though. Just to make it clear on something I would like to make clear. They previewed this system with content creators before they went public with it. And I brought up the fact that people were going to try and double dip when they initially previewed it to us. And if I think it's shitty that they didn't prevent it from happening or make it the default. For what it's worth, I think they should have either let everyone double dip both the systems automatically, or they should have made it not possible to have it happen. And for people that weren't here, what double dipping was, I had 160 reserves. I have 16 spotlight caches. I had like 150 reserves. And what myself and a bunch of other people who could double dip the systems did was, before we updated our clients, we opened all of the reserves in between our spotlight caches under the old system where the old reserves were better, while also explicitly leaving the spotlight caches unclaimed so we could get the higher value spotlight caches. So there were some people like myself who got to cash in on these spotlight caches, but then also got the higher, because collectors' reserves under the old system were much better than collectors' reserves under the new system. That being said, spotlight caches are enough better that the new system is still a net positive for everyone. Yes, this is 100% a second dinner issue. Myself and other content creators brought up the fact to them that this was going to be a thing that happened, if they allowed it to happen before they implemented this, and they just let it happen. So, like, ideally, people shouldn't have been able to game the system, or the system should have automatically been gamed for everyone in it. Yeah. Yeah, and for what it's worth, like, they threw an LOL in here. I think this is like kind of a weird reply. Like, I'm grumpy and I made a list, but also LOL. Like, I don't know. I don't think there's anything malicious here, but it's just the whole changeover was weird. I feel like this is one of those ones that they could have just, like, I've posted questions in the Ask the Team section before that have, like, gotten ignored, and I feel like this could have been one that they could have just ignored rather than posting this. Groggle, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Folks like you make my job possible. Thanks for the support. All right, let's play our last gold Conquest match here with the discard collector deck, and then we'll swap over to playing something else, huh? They joked about taking 1 gold away from every player that did it, and it would be a way to mark their accounts forever because then their gold would never end in a 0 or a 5 again. I actually think that's hilarious and they should do it. But also, instead of taking away 1 gold, they should just add 1 gold, so that way people couldn't complain you took something away from them. You should just go give them all 1 singular gold. Don't take it away, don't make it a penalty. But add 1 gold to every account that did it, as you will never have a nice even round number of gold ever again. Make that be our mark of we gamed the system. Scarlet Letter double dippers. You sent it with a note. You're like, we discovered you like having extra stuff, so here's 1 singular extra gold. Enjoy. That's a tough one. I don't think I can play into Hala here. Yeah, I think we're just dead here.
Escaped.
Somebody asked if they fixed the loophole. I don't know. I think there's someone on chat just said they were still playing on the old version. The fact that you could play on the old version in the first place is an issue. I actually disagree with that. I think the fact that you could continue to play on the older versions of Marvel Snap is actually one of the innovative things about Snap from a technology standpoint. The fact that they leave the old version of the client running for people to be able to play in it means that people are able to never have downtime when they roll out a patch. That is very much an intended feature and is an explicit design. Wow, it's a total. Thanks to the over 3 years. Welcome back. Appreciate that. How's Crystal Village? I'm pretty confident I like Crystal in this deck. Did our opponent time out? Alrighty then. I mean, that's one way to get an infinite ticket. Feel a little bad about that. Then Zabu go to this deck to get Wong earlier. You don't really need Wong earlier, and your first couple of turns are typically spent playing Morbius and Collector. You also don't want more cheap cards in your deck, because then your Colleen Wing is worse. It's our second infinity ticket for the season. We haven't played a ton of gold Conquest. We've mostly been farming silver and gold. All right, I got plenty of discard collector highlights. What else did I put together? I had I wanted to play some of this. Pow Bam Zap, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. All right, I think we're gonna play some of this. I need to run to the restroom really quick, so I'm gonna hit quick ad roll while I'm stepping away anyways. But when we get back, we're gonna try this Darkhawk Iron Man pile of cards. Don't call it a bounce deck, it's not a bounce deck. It's like cards and stuff. Beer. Yo, Benes! Thank you for the 28 months. Welcome back. Favorite deck today? We actually only played the discard collector deck so far today. Pow Bam Zap. This is got caught on that one for a while. But we're playing a little bit of this one now. Appreciate everybody that stuck through the short break. I don't run ads too often on this channel, but I do when I'm stepping away anyways. It disables pre-rolls for a little while and saves people some time while I'm AFK to begin with. Hash Slinging Slasher. Thank you for re-upping that prime for 2/3 of a year. And Uyghur, thank you for the 41 months. Appreciate it. But open on Korg here. We're gonna hold the Bass till next turn, see if we can get a Mystique or Hawk with it as well. Zabu. I actually don't know that I want a Zabu here, right? It makes Crimson Cosmos pretty awkward. This is 6, this is 9, 18. Is 18 enough to win the right? It probably is. Maybe? Bishop's scary. Oh, I guess that means I'd have to skip playing this turn though, right? Can I win this game? Do I show the Iron Man? I don't think I can win this game, right? I'm end up at 18 here, and they're gonna be way bigger than 18. I probably shouldn't retreat. I should just, like, let them play their cards. But I definitely should not play Iron Man. I should let them show me their plays if they're not stepping. Hey, howdy, nerd girl. Long time no chat. Hope life's treating you well. When how many stat players have played a mobile game before? I'd actually put money on this being a lot of people that play this game's first style of this kind of game. Nobody getting a rock here is a good outcome for us. I think the Marvel IP especially brought a lot of people in that hadn't touched this style of game before. You only played Genshin before. Genshin's good. I'm a fellow Genshin enjoyer. I'm gonna step them here. Our hand's been kind of mediocre. This rock slide's gonna make my Hawk huge.
Victory.
It seems a free-to-play player cannot even complete a full Spotlight Cash monthly. That's not remotely true. I don't know what math you did, but that's wrong. Completely free-to-play, credits in Marvel Snap, you get enough to get about 45 regular reserves per month, which is about 4.5 Spotlight Caches. Yeah, Josh. I think a big part of what let Marvel Snap reach a wider audience of people is the fact that it has such fast games. Against a weaker deck in the format, I might snap this hand on one just because like Korg, Widow, Beast is like a really strong curve. Widow's actually kind of scary here because it gives them a thing. They could fill White Hot Room here. Wait, why didn't they play the Widow's Bite? I'm so confused. They wanted to point on Bishop more than the card. They could have played... They could have played the Bishop out and then the Widow's Bite out immediately after, chat. I want to Iceman on one here. That's better than Korg. It makes our Darkhawk a little bit worse, but potentially throwing their curve off has a lot of value. Reminder that there is not a feature location in Conquest. How many Black Widow be if the bite costs 1? I don't think they should make the bite cost 1, but I think they should consider, I think they consider making her like a 2/2. Jeff, I'm curious if you considered Ham over Iceman. Yeah, I think Iceman is better than Ham when you're getting its effect repeatedly a lot of the time. Widow's Bite meant that they didn't get to... The Widow's Bite meant that they didn't get to return Kitty to their hand. That's sick. Okay, and then honestly, we're in a good spot, right? I do this, and I copy this, and then Grand Central pulls Iron Man, and if they want to play cards here, they make both my Hawks huge. So we'll snap. I guess Shang-Chi could be one of their unknown cards. Oh, they're gonna pick the Iron Man. Yeah, that's fair. My Hawk's still huge though. Rock Slide's probably our best pickup. Shang-Chi of our own. That's not great. We're only up 9 here. Does Pig see who he hits? It does, yeah. Yeah, they just can't beat us on the left. Vibranium Mines, obviously instrumental in winning that game, and that's the reason why we stepped. fun interaction to be aware of in this deck. If you bast your Rock Slide and then you have Luke Cage in play, it makes it so, your Rock Slide goes back to 5. Is Phoenix Force a good card? I don't know that we know the answer to that question yet. It's definitely a very fun card. I agree with that. Do I want to get a random card in the middle? Mystique's a bad hit. Beast is a kind of a bad hit. Iron Man's an okay hit. Zabu's an okay hit. Shang-Chi's a bad hit. Does 7 hold up on the left? I bet 7 holds up on the left. Or does it? It probably doesn't, actually. Just gonna kitty into Beast Bounce. Yeah, it's very possible. I'll spread out here a little bit. Oh, I did this in the wrong order. You should Iceman and then Black Widow. Wow, they didn't bounce the kitty for some reason. That's weird. We obviously gave them a free Widow's Bite for the Quantum Tunnel, but we're also going to put 2 more rocks into their deck, so hopefully it's whatever. Hoping to draw Iron Man this turn. For people saying this deck looks pretty good, I mean, it's just like a combination of like pretty reasonable Marvel step cards, like the Darkhawk Zabu package, Beast to replay things at the very bottom end, and then like Iron Man also benefits from Bast, so you get to Mystique as well. Like 2 good targets for Mystique, a bunch of good targets for Bast, a couple of interactive bits. I think it's hard. It's hard for a deck with average card quality as high as the average card quality is here to be too terrible. Like, to put earmuffs over Black Widow here for a second, she's probably the lowest quality card in our deck, right? I think it is probably an accurate take. Beast is a turn late and $1 short there, unfortunately. They think this is their game, chat. Are we retreating? Yeah, our hand's kind of clunky, huh? And the problem here is the Onslaught Citadel's about to move. Like, if I could rock slide here into Iron Man and then, like, Hawk somewhere else, I think I'd stay, but I think I'm out. I think the fact that the Onslaught's sliding and I can't set up an Iron Man on it makes this, not a good stay. I want to give them 4 cubes here. If they don't kitty on 1, I'm probably going to snap them on 2. This is one of those instances where, like, my hand's really strong, so I want to snap because my hand is strong, but their deck is so linear and powerful that if they have their best draw, my good draw can't keep up, so. Fast is a reason to maybe not snap early, too. Really hoping to draw Darkhawk. If we lose Asgard, we basically have to leave.
Snap.
Oh, that's true. If we didn't peel the Hawk, we could just widow them. That was a good show. Yeah, it could have been right to just shang them on the left. So that's a good take. How do I win a second location here is the problem. I ran out of time thinking I shouldn't have played the core glass turn. It didn't matter because I was blackwoodding them. I should have, like, put Beast into the center. Instead of playing this, because the rock in their deck didn't matter that turn. We have priority here, too, because this is, again, why this deck is so fucked. It just, like, throws priority very easily. This is our they're all in play to win line, but we're fucking dead.
I am Iron Man.
I think I actually want to play Iceman after Widow in this instance. I know I talked about that generally being bad because of the Dream Dimension, making the Widow's Bite cost 2 if we hit it next turn is good.
Victory.
This is one of those instances where it's hard to fully evaluate. It's hard to fully evaluate just how bad off our opponent is. Their deck still has 6 cards in it. We put rocks into their deck. We Widows bit them twice. Like, we disrupted the quality of their draw a good deal. All right, we gotta win. We gotta win one of the next 2 now. Yeah, our hand's really solid here. For sure. What is Beast doing in this deck? Returning cards to our hand and making them cost 1 less. We can't contest DC. Again, worth noting, the Luke Cage Rock Slide interaction, when we eventually play Rock Slide out, it will go back to 5 because of Luke Cage. I think I need to commit Darkhawk left because they could commit demons to the left here. You know, I didn't think they were gonna give it to me for free. The greedy play would have been playing Rock Slide here, but I really can't contest DC with them having a bunch of demons, so. So, debating on if I should play Zabu here or here. Looking at the cards in my deck, I know I'm playing Rock Slide next turn, but there's nothing else I could play center with Rock Slide that's better than Zabu, right? Like, I'm not playing Beast Center. I can't play Iron Man and Rock Slide in the same turn. Iceman's the same as Zabu, and Widow is worse. We haven't seen 2 of their cards still. If they have a, if they have a, what's it called? A, Shang-Chi they could get us here. It's technically more stats on the tiebreaker. Yeah, there's a good chance Chavez is one of their missing cards. That still leaves 1 left. So this Rock Slide is 5 here. It's 9 total in the center, so we're gonna go to 24 here, and more importantly, we're gonna go up to 18 on the left. Yes, Mysterio's probably one of their missing cards. Mysterio plus Chavez, I think I'd put money on their last 2 cards being. Damn, they were just hoping to go to a tiebreaker there, and we get them. Yeah, we got past bounce. Is there a tracker for your deck and your opponent's mobile? There is not. The untapped tracker on mobile will like log your global stats and like upload them to their site, so you can like check your profile after the fact. But as for like real-time tracking decks like this, mobile doesn't have it, no. I really just don't get a ton of value out of this Bast right now. And like, when there's an Iron Man in my deck, that I could be hitting, I think waiting on this makes sense. Ancient Egyptians called their deck tracker paper if you're really desperate. That's true, you know. Miles occasionally getting killed by Killmonger is confirmed to be a bug that Second Dinner is aware of. Thanks for the minis, RJ. Hey, thanks for the 46 months, Thomas. It's been great that so many of the old regulars came along to snap a lap in. Good to have you back. This might be a game with this Limbo where if we draw Beast next turn, they actually Beast the Rock Slide back. That's a Hawk. So I think I just go ahead and Bast the Hawk here. I just say 3.5 years. It's actually almost 4 years. Yeah, for people that are new to the channel, I'm something of a relic here on Twitch. I've been streaming for over a decade. It's been my full-time job for about 5 years. Our longest subscriber actually has the same tenure they subbed the month I was partnered, and my channel's been partnered for 94 months currently. I think with the beast pickup here, our Hawk's gonna kind of go into overdrive, so I'm staying for this step. I guess there's a chance they get rid of Limbo, but with Limbo, I think we're gonna have time to really leverage this. And our Hawk and Mystique are bigger than theirs. I mean, that's a little awkward, I guess. This means their Hawk stays a little bit larger. That's fine. Hey, Sunlatil, thank you for the brand new prime. Appreciate that. They're definitely a Ronin gamer. I think I actually want to play... I need to sequence right. I think I want to play Rock Slide middle, so that way I don't have priority here and here. So that way going into the last turn I don't have priority. Because I can still play 2 Sentinels here to catch up. Although maybe that doesn't matter. Having priority going into the last turn would mean that I can copy my Hawk before they Shang me. This also means I don't have to... Yeah, but I'm gonna fill here actually, and just plan to Shang plus Mystique on the last turn. I think is my plan. Wow, we lost that fucking coin flip. Man, that feels bad. Holy shit, that feels terrible. If I'd have put my Hawk in the center, we get him. But now they just need a 4-power thing on the left because of the way their Cosmo played out. Ugh. What's in their deck that could have 4 power, though? Agent Coulson? Ronin only has 3, chat. Ronin's only 3. They only tie here, and then I win the breaker. Oh, I guess we lose to their Shang-Chi here, because they get both of ours, then they win the breaker. Could I have played around their Shang-Chi? If I would have played our Shang plus double Sentinel, I would have won, right? Yeah. Because we would have won here and here. And that was fast enough that they locked in that, like, it wasn't spooky at all. Feels bad that I could have played around this and didn't. This would have beaten all of their plays. Actually, kind of a bad stay on their part. I guess they didn't know we had Shang-Chi either, but they could probably assume it. Yeah. Yeah, I got so focused on the big number, I didn't think about them having Shang-Chi as well. We definitely lost the Cosmo 50-50. Feels bad, man. Gotta play better for the rest of them. Hey, Fats. Thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. They could have won with Iron Lad. Maybe not all those decks play Iron Lad. Yes, chat was definitely talking about a bunch of cards that definitely didn't matter. Thanks, though. Where am I making this play easier? Thanks, I guess. They get Cosmo on the left, I guess, but otherwise we're in a pretty decent spot here. Gold could have been bad for us too. Yeah, that's a good shout. There's no reason to commit Korg to the board here. Why does the order matter? Oh, because Iceman on the Widow's Bite. Yeah. Because they're not drawing a card first. They're not drawing a card next turn anyway, so putting a rock in their deck is irrelevant. So I might as well wait on this to figure out where I'm committing it to the board. Yes! Waiting on Korg also makes their, what's it called, unexpectedly smaller. This Mystique's gonna be 13. I guess I need to win the left, though. Only ties the center.
Victory.
Yeah, so they're another one of those instances where like we gave them a lot of bites and stuff, so the quality of their draw is lower. To the person I just removed the chat for complaining that the patch sucks and Snap sucks and they're updating backwards, especially when a patch just happened that's widely acknowledged and accepted as doing a bunch of things that are beneficial and good for the game. If you want to be critical of the game, it's fine to do that in my spaces, but you need to be constructive and specific about it and not just be needlessly, baselessly complaining. It's fine if you personally aren't enjoying Marvel Snap. I would recommend taking a break. In fact, one of the best things I ever recommend you do when playing a game like Snap is make sure you're playing other games at the same time and take breaks that never stops being fun for you. But like coming in here and being like super negative doesn't help you and it doesn't help anybody in my chat. So don't do it here. Black Widow, Korg. I'm gonna Zabu right, and then we'll Rock Slide left, and then maybe Beast them back. Good to have you here, Killer Key. Every time I've asked someone to explain to me why they think the new system is bad, they either explain it using, they either can't explain why it's bad, or when they start explaining why they feel the way that they do, they have some of the numbers just completely wrong. And it's just like, ugh.
Opponent snapped.
That's fucking bold. I don't think I bounce here. Next turn's the last turn, chat. I think I just want to get the 2 Hawks down. Do you think they're going to make this Mystique big enough for me to Shang again? Yeah, bouncing Murray Isle removes a ton of power. I'm also not really going to be in danger of their Shang-Chi's, right? I almost want to snap them back. Because, like, my hand's super empty, too, so their Ronin's not very good. Yeah, I mean, like, they could Rock Slide us, and then the Mystique is Shangable next turn, but there's no guarantee that I can Shang them next turn. And, like, if this is a Ronin, like, it's not very big. This is, 15, 20, 21 here. Do I need 21 here? They have priority, which makes Mystique unreliable. Yeah, but they have to win the coin flip too, right? If they Shang me here, the biggest thing they can do here is like Rock Slide, which will put them to 16, and I'm at 15, 16 with that move. We could lose to Shang Rock Slide. I don't know. Works 75% of the time, chat. Mama didn't raise no coward, chat. Ain't afraid of no danger room. Ain't afraid of no danger room. It's a safety room, chat. Are they playing Maximus in their Darkhawk deck? They are playing Maximus in their Darkhawk deck. And to be fair, every time I've ever played the deck that they're playing, there's half a dozen people in Twitch chat who tell me I should add Maximus to it. So, like, not surprised that that's a thing. We also haven't seen Ronin yet. I mean, I think we can assume Ronin is there. I'm actually gonna leave. So, this retreat is free for me because we're about to enter the high stakes rounds, meaning 5 cubes and 6 cubes are both the same when they're gonna be in for 2 every turn. So I'm gonna have 3 games in high stakes rounds, and we know they have Claw for Sanctum, and I just don't have any of my heavy hitters. So I think we just ready up with Subterranea, and we just go next, and now they have to win 3 in a row. Basically, it's basically because we're entering high stakes rounds there, I get a free do-over. I'm gonna put Zabu into the compound just because I don't want to risk him into a location that's bad here. Yeah, your considerations for whether or not you're retreating are very different on turn 4 versus not, depending on what the cube counts look like. If I do this, and then next turn we Black Widow Darkhawk. I think I just spread out evenly here. I play Luke middle to avoid the Isle of Silence? Oh, wait, the Isle of Silence can end up on my Zabu here is problematic for my curve. Fuck me.
Cleared for takeoff.
Actually, just never lucky. How are they beating 4 over here? They could Rock Slide? I think I need to beat Rock Slide on the left. I want to beat Rock Slide here, Shang-Chi here. And we have priority, so we're going to copy before they Shang-Chi. Cool. Yep. So we're, Hey, you for the 3/4 of a year, Adam. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Hey, D-Beard, thank you for the over 3 years. Welcome back. Let's fire this one off into a gold conquest. This one's been solid. %100% win rate, something like that. Hey, look, Iron Man is in my deck, chat. Neat. Oh, perfect. We finally have Iron Man, Adelan. Yep. 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 The dupe system feels bad. Yeah, honestly, with the way the dupe system works, I would have almost preferred that the 4th slot in the thing was like just another predetermined card. But yeah, if you are over 50% collection complete for series 4 and 5, you should mostly just assume that one of those slots is a random variant. Like the TLDR. What's the best way to spend gold? If your goal is to maximize the amount of cards you get while spending the least amount of money, it is still true that the best use of your gold is buying high value bundles with collector's tokens in them. Horses, thank you for the 5 months, appreciate that. And as always, if you want to know Jeff, what are the highest value bundles that are coming up? Check out my YouTube video here where I give you a bundle breakdown. Fuck this pig, chat. Ain't nobody love him. Okay, so they played a hood, so they have a demon in their hand is noteworthy. Are mission rerolls the best use of your gold outside of your bundles? I really can't emphasize enough how much worse mission rerolls are than just buying bundles for gold. Like it is so much significantly worse.
Escape.
No, don't. If you want to roll extra missions and it makes you happy, be happy about it, but you are spewing. Your best use of gold is bundles. Whatever you're doing after that is between you and your currency. If you're I do both. You're buying bundles and you're rolling extra missions. Listen, if you're swiping your credit card vigorously and you have the gold to do both, you just do what sparks joy, okay? Don't worry about your optimization. I guess this is probably what you're looking to here. Re-rolling extra missions with gold is less bad than buying credits directly inside of the thing. Inside of the shop. Does that help? Is that useful for you to hear? Yes, you can always come into my chat and type !bundles. Tomato, thank you for the half a year. Appreciate that. My wife and I liked your Threads video. Hey, good to have you in the community, and I'm glad that you enjoyed that. Is buying variants better than rolling extra missions? My initial gut instinct says no, but I haven't actually done the math on that one. That's actually an interesting question. Yeah, it's 7,000 gold for 2,000 tokens better than getting... I bet the answer to that is no. I would be shocked if the answer to that is not no. It's 7,000 gold for 2,000. 7,000 gold is how many credits? 7,000 times 1.2 is 8,400 credits. 8,400 credits is loosely 200 collection levels. 200 collection levels is gonna get you a spotlight cache and like 200 tokens. I think the loose math is you should not be doing that. Oh my god, our hand is nutty. Oh, fuck you, pig. Nobody loves you.
I am Iron Man.
You're new to Marvel Snap. Does this game have esports? It does not. They could null us here. We could die to a null here. Because we have priority. Because they porked our Mystique. God, that feels bad. Fuck this card, chat. Fuck him and his smug little pig face. It's so annoying. Could have very easily beaten that if we just had our Mystique. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Ham gets an OTA update next week. I think Ham probably does a little bit too much for too little. The fact that it shows you the card on top of it too. Yeah, I agree with the take that 2/2 Ham is probably still very good. I'm a new player with no S5 cards. What week should I be using my reserves coming up? Next week's pretty good. Next week's got, if you get Iron Lad's a pretty playable card. Thanos is solid too, though. Honestly, most of the cards in the upcoming spotlights are good. It depends on what decks you feel like playing. I have a full Series 4-5 tier list here for July, where it kind of talks through which cards I think are good and why. You want to check that out for some loose thoughts. Ooh, that's a new Sabretooth animation. Just can't play the game. Actually impossible. What's going on, Bootman? Thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Appreciate it. Do you think the next series drops will be announced? They previously said that all series drops will be announced 2 weeks before the season starts, if I recall. Can someone fact check me on that? Was it 2 weeks before the season starts or 2 weeks before the patch? 2 weeks before the patch. Snapzone has a spotlight category for raids. If you look on snap.fan, they claim to have data mined the next 2 weeks worth of, or like 2 months worth of variant lineups or whatever.
Opponent snapped.
This matchup feels impossible. I'm just gonna stay. This could be like a Zola or something. Yeah, I probably should have Shang-Chi, right? It's also really annoying that it like sits here and makes you play out when you know you're dead. Just to not have to have that happen to you. The added animations do a few cards in this last patch, but Sabretooth is what we were talking about in our last game. That matchup wouldn't have been nearly as hard if our cards had text boxes for the games that we played. The first 2 or 3 games we just got pigged. The destroy part wasn't the part that got us. One, I should have played around Zola in that last game. Yeah, the fact that you can't retreat mid-turn 6s, especially when you can retreat mid any other turn. It's a really detrimental negative experience. don't think I want a Widow here, because I don't want to give them the bite, because I want to try and play for the raft before they can get it.
Opponent snapped.
Okay, so they're also filling the raft. The question is, am I still... Oh, I don't want to bast into my raft card. Yeah, that's true. Good shout. Good call, good call.
Clear for takeoff.
Do I play Widow out for +2 power on a potential Hawk draw? Or do I hold her for 3 free power next turn? I think I'd rather have 3 free power next turn, right? Kinda just flipping as to where their power's gonna be. Feels bad, man. It sucks that, like, we got all of our stuff going, and we just didn't draw Darkhawk or Iron Man. I mean, like, we'd have beaten the Hulk there if we'd have drawn Darkhawk or Iron Man, right? It is worth noting that the nerf there was basically non-existent, though, right? Actually just didn't do anything. What's going on, Mox? Thanks for the 2/3 of a year. I'll come back. The Shuri High Evolutionary deck you mentioned a couple days ago, a real thing or something you theory crafted? Yeah, there's videos of it up on the YouTube channel. It's something we played after High Evolutionary dropped. For whatever reason, Shuri decks just do not perform well in terms of metrics on YouTube. Like the last 3 or 4 decks that I posted that were like very clearly labeled as Shuri decks, just like continually tanking views. So he did get a clean animation, you're correct. Draw Darkhawk or Iron Man in my top 9 cards. Challenge level impossible. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Before anybody asks, the reason why we didn't copy Luke Cage with Mystique was because we needed to play a card before we could play into Morag, and we couldn't play Korg here and then go Cage Mystique here because Mystique would get pulled center. Why is Rogue in their deck? Rogue is in their deck because their deck is bad against Luke Cage. I think putting chat on the screen is fine if there aren't a lot of on-game elements that you need to show, but like, I think putting chat on screen when like we have 2 deck trackers to put up here plus a couple other overlay stuff, there's just too much going on. Feels very crammed when has chat on snap streams a lot of the time, I think. Yeah, like even the opponent's deck is already a little cluttered on here. Draw Iron Man or Darkhawk still operating at challenge level impossible. Only benefit from chat on screen is the minor amount of engagement for VOD watchers to see what is happening after the fact. One, if you watch the VODs on Twitch, you get that anyways. 2, if you are watching it on YouTube, good streamers should be reading questions that they're answering to or answering them in a way that the question that was asked can be inferred from what was read. Order, yeah, probably. Mystique can die. Just as Abu got him. Ah, the New York Shuffle. And they have priority again here. Did they nerf this card? Did they claim to have nerfed this card, right? Right? That was on the list of cards they changed. I'm not playing 10 to 2.
Escaped.
It's actually just like strictly better if it starts in your opening hand, right? Because you can't. You can double it with Shuri and you can't do other stuff. All right, what are the other 9 cards in this? Why would I want Wong or Swarm? If you are saying Wong and Swarm, do you read the words fair, Gambit? Nova's a good card. I like Nova. Nova's people that said Nova, you get it. Thank you. Appreciate you. Arbor and Cosmo. Why do people keep trying to build me a combo deck? Is there anything I could do with this other than be Surfer? There's like Cerebro, I guess. But Cerebro just kind of sucks. Why would I play Debris in my Gambit deck? Come on, chat. Come on, chat. Professor X in my Gambit deck. All right, I lied. I'm gonna build this deck off stream and we'll fucking come back to it tomorrow after I build it off stream, because building decks with just holy shit. All right, we're gonna play some more of the Nakia Destroy deck in the Proving Grounds for a little bit. This is how you get Maximus in your Rodent decks, okay? That's all I'm saying. I get to use my new Black Panther variant for this one. Let's just snap on one and vibe with this for a little bit. The Dead Man, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. I'm gonna not play Deadpool into Wakanda. Controversial take. All right, well that answers the question of which of these am I shurying?
Opponent snapped.
This is why Second Dinner reduced the number of cubes to get to infinite. I am trying really hard to stream a whole day of Marvel Snap. I'm trying really fucking hard right now. But it's... Alright, we're just gonna... I just need a minute, okay? I just need a minute. Let's just... Take a deep breath. Gonna pedal some of it out. Is Gene Wave still bugged? Oh, I forgot to retreat. I forgot to retreat.
Escape.
Is Beast good with Deadpool? I think old Beast was good with Deadpool. I think new Beast is too much energy. Oh my god, I don't know if you saw it, chat, but Wakanda was literally the first fucking location in that second game before I left it. It was actually Wakanda again. Yes, I am aware I just lost to Wakanda Armor Deep Space with my Destroy deck. Thank you for letting me know, Conquest Incomplete Screen. I had almost forgotten it and found joy again after pedaling my bike. But then you had to just come back and kick me again, huh? Why you have to be so mean, Marvel Snap? I just want to play the game.
Oh, snap.
I feel like locations repeat quite often in Conquest matches. I don't know why, but it feels that way. So, locations repeating inside of a Conquest match is an inherently negative experience on average. It's the very definition of that lizard brain thing we frequently talk about. Humans evolved to have more vivid memories of things that are negative because remembering negative experiences helped us survive as a species. So no, your locations aren't repeating more frequently. It's just like, are really remembering it when they do. I would like to Killmonger a kitty pride. All right, we're hoping to draw a Taskmaster here, so I'm not playing into the mines. Punished. That's fine. It's fine. We're gonna win anyways. Actually, I think Second Dinner hates me personally. That makes more sense. Average Twitch chatter.
Wakanda forever.
Wakanda forever. Imagine if it had been a fucking Nimrod, chat. Imagine Shang-Chiing the Shuri path. play ladder matches. Why would playing ladder matches make losing cubes to variants be more frustrating? If I'm losing cubes to bad variants on the ladder, that would be a more negative experience. Here the variance at least is just like eye rolly.
Opponent snapped.
Less clicks, I guess. This is the Taskmaster. It is accurate that some locations are more likely to appear than others.
Clear for takeoff.
Is it just me, or is the system bad for new players so they can't get random pull 4 or 5 cards anymore, and of course they get fewer tokens? Well, it's not worse for new players, because you can still get series 4 and 5 cards randomly from the spotlight caches, and the math all disagrees with your feelings, so please take your feelings and leave my chat. Thanks. Did their kitty pride deck just wave me? I'm so confused.
Wakanda forever.
Yes, the new spotlight cache system is better for newer players who have nothing than it is for existing players with established collections, because it gives them an even greater increase in cards. If you have 0 series 4 and 5 cards, you literally get a series 4 and 5 card every 120 collection levels. Like every time without fail. That's how the new system works. Effectively, you get one every week. Yes. It's wild to me how many valid things there are to criticize about this game, and everybody seems to go after the one thing that can be proven to be a positive change with math. I agree, Stepbro. And to be fair, that's not unique to this particular... Cox Gun Games curse.
Escape.
Oh. No, the unowned, the random series 4 or 5 card can be a repeat of a card you already own, and then you get a variant instead. If the random series 4 and 5 card was guaranteed to be a card you didn't already have, it would make the system for getting, what's the word I'm searching for? It would make getting all of series 4 and 5 complete pretty trivial and cheap, which is not something they want, obviously. Naturally, our Galactus opponent is sweating the shit out of this Proving Grounds match. Come on, gamer. It's turn 1. Snap. Thank you. They stab because they have a good... Maybe they stab because their hand's terrible. There's a Mindscape. They didn't snap because of the Proving Ground rules, chat. They snapped because they thought their hand was good. Have your null, please? Oh, I'm not getting null because the, what's it called, went away. Yeah.
Escape.
Alright, this deck is bad. I can't post a highlight with this deck. It's too shitty. That one's awful. This is kind of, we played, this Odin deck has always performed better than expectations, I feel like, every time I've played it. And Nakia is, like, pretty fine in here. Yeah, I don't know that I buy Enchantress. I don't think Shuri is good here, because you don't really have a way to leverage... Oh my god, you don't really have a way to leverage, winning a second lane with her. Okoye and a gold border. It's been a while since we played Okoye, chat. Fun fact, chat. There was a point during the closed beta where Okoye was a 1-1 that gave +1 to everything.
Animated.
That seems good. She was very good. Very good. Are there any other cards other than Black Panther we could realistically play that benefit from Okoye and Nakia? Yeah, it's like Brood and Mr. Sinister. I don't know if either of those cards really fit here, though. I think I'm gonna cut the tech cards here, and I'm going to include Wave Doom. I think is what I would like to do. If we're playing Wong and Psylocke anyways, Wave lets me wave combo on turn 5 occasionally. Storm could be fine. If Zabu in the shop, should I buy it or no? Do you want to play a Zabu deck? If yes, buy Zabu. If no, then no. I almost have enough Odin boosters to roll for a split on that one again. I like that Odin variant better, but... Pig better than Iceman when you're only gonna fire off once. Yeah, that's probably true. Thanks, Prohibit. Less is definitely more when it comes to cluttering stuff up on your screen. Is Gene OP only in Silver Surfer X? You can get my thoughts on Gene, including whether or not I like her in Silver Surfer, into this morning's video. Am I waving next turn? Or no, that I am. Or waving this turn? Some of those stats, I guess. I'm probably just Black Panthering next turn, right? They're electroing here anyways, so this doesn't really matter. So I haven't triggered. Actually, maybe I was supposed to wave the Ant Maze so that way this wouldn't move. If I ran hot with the Zola, we could get it even bigger, but yeah, I probably should have waved Ant Maze so I could have clean Panther into Zola. I think we just Odin here to play around Null, right? Is that even big enough to play around Null? Their Null's like really big. They killed 24, 25. I think their Null's close to 30. Oh, Dr. Doom plays around Null. That's a good thought. Yeah, I suppose that's better. Do we lose the breaker here? I'm adding 20 on the right. We'll be 46 to 19. I'm up 12 elsewhere. I think we're winning the breaker regardless, but I think chat's right that Dr. Doom's a better play here. Just play for all three. They have an extra energy from the Electra. They blew up. Good one with Dr. Doom there. Sometimes it really seems like Bedbroad is personally pushing your buttons. Isn't he personally pushing all of our buttons, chat? What's the reasoning behind you using Iceman instead of Spider-Ham in the one-drop disruption slot? Because when I copied the deck list off the internet, it had Iceman in it when I imported it into my deck editor. What's going on, Pat Socks? Thanks for the brand new tier 1. This is my full-time gig, and folks like you make that possible. Thanks for keeping me around. That's the best reason. It's a really good reason, to be fair. Hey, congrats on Infinite, Pat. All double dippers have had their location RNG made worse. LOL. Actually, just never lucky today. Incredible.
Opponent snapped.
So for people that haven't seen this combo before, we get to play 2 cards this turn because we have 8 energy, and they only get to play 1. But their one's gonna be Destroyer. But this works for us, right? Because even if I only put a 7 here, that puts us to 13. And this is only 12.
Wakanda forever.
Even without hitting the 1 and 3, we won this, right? Solid example of our pseudo lock combo here on the end turn. When we get to play any 2 cards and they're locked into just playing 1. Can't think of anything to say. Well, thanks for thinking about and pressing the Prime button again, Echo Chris. Appreciate the 3/4 of a year. Arnim grabs randomly, not the last play. You've never seen that combo before now. If you haven't seen that combo before now, that means you haven't been keeping up on the daily sweet deck highlights over on the YouTube channel.
Oh, snap.
It's one that we've featured there in the past. How did that enable you playing 2 cards? So I played Psylocke onto Wong. And playing Psylocke onto Wong gives me 8 energy on turn 6. Post-patch, I've still been playing the Sherry Crystal Phoenix Force deck, and it's been cracked for me. I think that deck is really solid. Sion, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Welcome back. Good to have you here in our curated community, Mr. Never Was. Appreciate the 2/3 of a year. All right, so what's the plan? Is it Tiger into Odin, or is it Panther into Doomed? I think it's just Tiger into Odin, right? I guess this means they only need 9 power on the right to beat us, though, huh? I should have played a Koye left. They're all in, so we'll make them have it. What if I do this? Is this too cheeky? Like Odin's better? See, I think this is more likely to win. They just have another way to blow stuff up here and it really doesn't matter. I apologize, but I really need to run to the restroom really quick. BRB. Perfect timing. Offer to put their last cube in here on that one. If you fist something out of Death's Domain, does the moved card still die afterwards? It's initially played to deaths. Yes. That is how Marvel Snap works.
Victory.
All right, they gotta try and win the next 2 now. Yo, Gabamata, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back, appreciate it. Goose here, just because it locks him out of playing Nimrod there. I think I Ironheart, even though it's not only putting 2 power out, Because if we draw Odin, I want to curve Wong into White Tiger into Odin. And the Odin will get to re-trigger the Iron Heart a whole bunch. This is a little bit worse if we don't draw Odin, because then I can't cleanly Wong into Tiger into... Well, that sucks. He got a fucking hub to Cosmo. I don't know if I'm supposed to weave here or not. For people wondering why we're not playing Wong, there's an Asteroid M here. On Double Doom. I don't think so. I think I might go Black Panther, White Tiger, Odin here.
Wakanda forever.
This is the last turn. My brain is bad. We just do this now, right? They're all in. We hope it's good enough. Yeah, they could definitely have Taskmaster. Yeah, their null's not that big. We're beating null on the right. Galactus right would have beaten us, yeah.
Wakanda forever. Victory.
Ah, yes. Play cards and play more cards. We take those. Collect my gold out of my weekly missions. Collect my gold off the season pass. The null would have gotten bigger with your Zola, but I think we still had it. Yes, that is correct. Agree with your assessment. Hey, what's going on, Maskonk? Thank you for the almost year and a half. Welcome back. Well, we lost that coin flip. Probably leaving when they snap us. for the Sentinels, I suppose. Sunspot. They have to point on their bishop. Do I snap them at this point with the long draw? I think so, right? Oh, they probably drew bishop on 4. That's a good call. I forgot they played the Sunspot the turn before. That's a good joke. I think I'm just playing for here and here. So I'm going to play wave over here, but I'm playing her second because I don't want her to get Ironheart triggers. Yeah. We got +3 energy and we curved out with all of it. It was kind of great. I thought they didn't believe you. Turns out they did. I agree with that completely. The first to fill locations are neat designs, but they're inherently good for the bounce decks, which is already one of the best decks.
This land is always changing.
Well then.
Oh, snap.
Look at me! I'm the bounce deck. I want to leave this as an option on the table for later. You made my collector bigger! You shouldn't have! No, really, you kind of fucked up. Birdo, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate the prime. Welcome back. This means I don't draw a card from Sacred Time or from their deck next turn, but I think that's fine, right? No, Kitty comes back. Got me. Sure showed me. I guess the fact that Kitty's stuck in the sacred timeline is kind of bad for us. I think Odin mid is the play, right? It's just like the most numbers mid. Gives the collector +1 as well. Oh, they have an Angela that has 4 power? Two power. There's no Shang-Chi in my deck. Is there a Shang-Chi in theirs? There's not. Wait, they're a high evolutionary deck?
Victory.
So what are their last cards then? Are they Wasp and like Wasp? Are they playing Hulk? Maybe Shocker? Or like Wasp, Shocker, Misty Knight? They could be Hulk too instead of Shocker. I bet Wasp and Misty Knight are 2 of them. The Wong was ours. As Master Mold she just wrote it. Maybe some people just like the idea of playing that as a potentially disruptive card. So I don't think Mold necessarily means Rodin, but it definitely could. Wong, Psylocke are the 2 cards we're hoping to draw, so we could full wave combo them. That being said, even if we don't full wave combo them, we're definitely going to be waving on turn 5. So Shocker is one of the cards that they're playing. Oh, I could wave into Odin. That's a good thought. Yeah, I probably should have waved last turn so I could do it 2 turns in a row. So this isn't usually the Wakandan that we're Arnim Zolang, but I think we're just like Zola Okoye here, right? Because she's +2 from Aunt May, so it's gonna put 7 here and 7 here. They're playing Hulk, he could potentially get us in the middle. Yeah, that's true. 2 cards we haven't seen yet. Chavez. They only have 2 high evolutionary cards. Weird. Strange build. Definitely a little deep with their bounce variation there. And Tor, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate the prime. Welcome back. All right, let's take our pile of cards into the gold. It's got a gold ticket. Every time I play one of these Wong, Panther, Zola, Odin piles, it always plays better than it looks on paper. They could just be booster farming. That's true. They could just be booster farming. Just playing with cards you're looking at upgrades for. gonna leave Shuri's lab clear for now, just in case we draw Panther instead of Panther Zola starting there. So that's the full combo, but if they hit White Hot Room, we can't combo them anyways, so we'll play into there. Feels bad to lose this. This is like the second or third time I've played right, and then White Hot Room slipped up middle, and we felt pretty bad. I don't know what they're playing, so I don't think I can snap them here, because they could realistically, like, fill next turn.
Snap.
Okay, I don't think they're filling this turn, so I'm gonna snap them. So now we have 9 energy, and they have 6. Everything costs 4, so we get to play 2 things, and they get to play 1. Hey, Avalok, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. The odds of this hitting all 3 here is low. So, like, Doom left is obviously a given. And then do I like Panther here? The problem with Doom left and Panther here is if my opponent plays a big thing here, I lose. If they play right, I need to win there. All right, we both played left.
Wakanda forever.
Higher, further, faster.
I'm not gonna try and battle back from 10 to 1 in round 1 of a gold. We have enough gold tickets that it's just like not an efficient use of time. I stand by the opinion that 10 is a very bad number of cubes for Conquest. I think Conquest should either be 8 cubes or it should be 12 cubes. They should either make comebacks be realistic and possible, or they should just make it not be a thing. I would be fine in either direction, but I think 10 is just like a really bad number of cubes for their current system and how it works. So unlikely to claw your way back into things. Yeah, what I've talked about in the past, I think if you made it be 12 cubes, but you made high stakes rounds start round 3 or something, it probably balances out and still makes the ability for comebacks easier. So this is one of those things that's not super intuitive if you haven't played this deck before, but you actually want to play Naked Ironheart out on a board like this, and then you're going to play Wong to her path as well, so that way you get set up to be able to Odin the Ironheart down the line. On that Wong path for a bunch of power. This is that Wong combo we talked about earlier with Wave. So we'll Wave, which makes all cards cost 4 next turn, and then Psylocke on Wong's path will mean we have 8 energy next turn. I think I actually want to do this here. I just gotta spread my power out across all 3, because with Dr. Doom we're gonna be able to play for every path next turn. They took our combo, chat. They took our combo. That's so fucking rude. They played the Uno reverse card.
Escaped.
No, they're playing Rogue. Well, they're playing Ironheart too. Weird. Are they Thanos Surfer? I do wish the tracker would add Thanos to their deck when they play an Infinity Stone. I should pass that feedback along.
From the Daily Bugle.
I think I'm just chilling for now. We could get rogued again here, but Wong or Ironheart into Wong into Tiger into Odin is pretty strong. I don't think I can snap because of the rafts, but hey, Solo, thanks for the 7 months. Appreciate the Prime.
I am Iron Man.
Are they Mr. Negative? Yeah, negative Thanos is what I'm leaning towards. Alright, this is what we get for trying to play our cute deck in the tryhard bracket.
Escaped.
Probably just doesn't work. This is where I would put my sideboard if I had one. I didn't say their deck was a try-hard deck. I said my deck is a deck that has a hard time against specific tech cards, and my opponent's playing specific tech cards. Echo does not stop Rogue, no. I really appreciate all of the people that didn't hear what I said and then tried to correct me on it. Take your actualies and please fuck off. Thanks. 12-ounce skill. Appreciate the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back.
I am Iron Man.
Let's do this here, actually, and I'm going to snap them. Hopefully they have their rogue again and they think that that's good enough. I'll obviously bail out of the Iron Man path.
Wakanda forever.
God, we actually just can't catch a fucking break today. If we're staying in, this is the line. Maybe their lockjaw gets it to us. Why would I Odin mid? You think Odin mid is more likely to win than Odin left? Odin mid just straight +8 there? I guess there's a chance they don't have anything too big. Odin left is 1623. So they'd be at 20, they need to go to 24, which means they need a 5-pointer over there. I think I agree that Odin middle is more likely to win. Because of the lockjaw change, where they can just like play a second big card after it. Okay, we fumbled our way through. We fumbled our way through. Slow and steady. They took a bunch of 1-cubers off us with the rogue, and then they gave us a 4-cuber back. Hedge, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. The bridge do be rickety, though. Early, this is the game where they don't have rogue on curve, right? My favorite location in general, Sinister London, followed by Bar Sinister. Okay, that means we have priority going into this turn, so we get to use our Wong before they rogue us. which I think is all we need, because this locks them to one play next turn while we get to make 2 plays. So even if they have the rogue for the 5th time or whatever this set. I think because they negatived us, it's really important that we wave and lock them out of plays, even though, yes, they could. Yes, we could, what's it called? Make a big panther. Feels like a retreat? Why is this a retreat, chat? We waved. They only get to make 1 play. I get to Panther Zola here. And then Zola covers the Rickety Bridge? Oh, you think it should be a retreat on their end? Yeah, I think they probably shouldn't be staying unless they get something really, really crazy.
I am Iron Man.
Nah, we crushed that, right?
Wakanda forever.
Do we? Are we short?
Wakanda forever.
Oh my god, we're fucking short. We lost because of the clothing bats, right? We lost because of the clothing bats? The clothing bats gave them +4 here and +2 here. We'd be 27 to 23 and 45 to 48. Not to mention, like, the other ones also made it bigger down the line, but yeah. Did I have anything there that beat Iron Man? Yes, the tiger could have also gone middle instead of going left. Would have also won us the game. Carnage here then. Person's never retreating based on their deck and their play. I should just ring retreat regular. Not waste 10 seconds.
Escape.
On average, that location is good for us. Chat extra belligerent today, or am I just expecting too much? No, there's definitely something extra today. Alright, so they're going to Carnage up to 8. Psylocke plus Ironheart is 3, 7, 11. Yeah. Two more. Snapping, just gaming. Okay. Can we get a mirror dimension on this Wakandan embassy? Now, there is a chance that they have Rogue, so maybe I'm not supposed to Wong. Yeah, if they rogue this turn, we're probably still a coin flip to win with the Zola, right? Sorry, what? Thanks, I think.
Wakanda forever.
Even if they 5-power Iron Man one of these sides, we should be good, right? Arrow? No, we know all that. We know their whole deck at this point.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, even if we low roll this, they're dead.
Wakanda forever.
All right, one more game. One more game.
Victory.
It's not about having a bigger number in the not tied location. It's about how many points you have above whatever points your opponent has. That is a great... Oh. Do I don't Iceman there, right? Because I want to... Do I just use it? I have the combo, and, like, it's guaranteed to hit them. But I could also have, like, Ironheart or Nakia there. And, well, so I can play one thing here in front of them. They could just be Reality Stoning it, that's true. I don't know, maybe I'm just supposed to use it twice. I don't know. The Iceman's not even that good in this matchup anyways, right? Okay, wait, come on a journey with me. What if we go Psylocke into Zola by Psylocke into Black Panther into Odin? Definitely a weed type moment, yeah. Alright, they have a big Thanos.
Wakanda forever.
Is it possible for us to lose the right here? If they play big Thanos there, I think it's possible for us to lose the right? We need Zola to hit Panther first, huh? We're good regardless, right? Order doesn't matter now? Something was inevitable there. I don't know that it was Thanos.
Victory.
All right, a chip and a chair, a cube and a dream. Onward, upwards, backwards, forwards. We're getting good mileage out of our Black Panther variant shit. Hey, thanks for the step gift, the sub gift, Step Bro. Step gift sub bro. What are you doing, sub bro? Alright, we got a live one. We got us a live one. Fun fact, chat. Every time someone emotes me hello and then I immediately mute them, if that makes it into a YouTube video, someone gets mad about it in the comment section. Hey, Garfang, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. So Nakia means 10 Power Panther into Zola 20 Power Panther. They might think we're Surfer snapping Karmartaj and playing Nakia. They could know that we're cooking, but they could think it's Surfer. Okay. Open for a Wongers next turn, I think. Oh, Wongers. Now we just want to draw a wave so we can set ourselves up a big wombo combo. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. That's true. Key laugh track.
Victory.
Our Nakia is terrifying, chat. Our opponent has never met a turn 3 Nakia that they want to play the game against. Is it better to target certain cards with my tokens or just pick random ones since it's the cheapest as a newer player? I think it depends on what your goals are. If you're brand new, I might hit a couple of randoms just to flesh out your collection a little bit and build up some staples. Depends on like what your Series 3 cards you already have access to is. I might hold this Ice Band simply for the sake of getting +2 energy later.
Opponent snapped.
You see, they don't know I'm about to play turn 3 Nakia, chat. The Eternity Rage and Savage Lands are actually kind of awkward for us. It means they mean I don't have a clean path to Zola. Wonder if they're also Surfer. Or so also, I wonder if they're Surfer, I should say. Do you want to set up for Odin mid? Yeah, maybe. That's probably the case. Yeah, I like that. And then next turn we'll go like Ice Band Wave into Altar. Yeah, Doom Panther Odin all mid feels like it has some potential. Dave potentially trashes them. If they play into alter at least one card, they'll have enough energy to make 2 plays next turn. But if they're just like play Sarah somewhere, they're gonna get shoved in a trash can for sure. And then the question on the last turn is gonna be, do we like Odin Panther middle, or do I like Wong Odin middle and fill the left with Doom bots? That, so if they Surfer here, they go to 15. But Wong Odin puts us to 16, right? And it gives me 4 more here as well. And it adds, obviously, 11 in the middle. I think they're just a Silver Surfer deck, chat. I don't think Null is in the output range we're playing around. I think they might be like a Phoenix Force variation. I think I would put them on something like the Phoenix Force builds that we've played a little bit of. Yeah, or both. Phoenix Force. We've played Phoenix Force with Surfer. If you've missed that one, I actually think that deck's quite reasonable. We haven't tried it with Nakia yet, but it's up on the Hooglandia Snap channel. I think that's what they're doing.
Victory.
Yeah, it's a lot of 3s to not be playing Surfer. Tiger Odin. Is Tiger Odin better? If I play Tiger and the Tiger goes here, then Odin triggers and I get Tiger plus Doombot, that puts me 15 to 15, and suddenly I'm no longer winning the left, and it's 1 less point in the middle. Yeah, the opponent could have played 2 cards there, because they had +2 from the altar as well. Worth noting. Well, golly. We just snapped that per locations. Yeah, I think we're probably up enough that we can bully a little bit here. And this is round 4, so this is like a free retreat for my opponent if they want to go. Is worth noting here as well. Because next round starts the high stakes rounds. So if they get out with 3 cubes, they still have 2 more games to play at a minimum. Or potentially, I guess I should say. They could make the next one be the one that they make a move on. All right, they stayed.
Opponent snapped.
In it to win it. Let's go. Yeah, they're just hoping to do Phoenix Force things, but with the extra turn here, I get to go Panther into Zola, into Odin my Zola, and then send Odin across the board, so our cats are about to be fucking huge. They can have Storm or Cosmo. I mean, even if they, I think Cosmo's pretty unlikely based on the fact that they're destroying stuff. Storm's a possibility, but even if they Storm, I'm making big things across the board next turn, right? You know, I don't think their deck is capable of making big enough numbers to keep up with what we're about to do. Hopefully they let us play it out because they're all in. There's the Phoenix Force that we knew is likely something in their output range. People always ask about ways to get better at Snap. Did you see how I was able to look at our opponent's first 6 cards or 7 cards or whatever and know that they were likely a Phoenix Force deck? That's the #1 thing you need to get better at as a player to win more Marvel Snap. Being able to identify what the likely output range is of your opponent's deck based on a small number of cards that you've already seen lets you snap and retreat way better than you otherwise would be. If you haven't seen the opponent's deck list, you can check it out as a highlight over on the Hooglandia Snap YouTube channel. We even hit the inoptimal way on the Zola here, but it actually just doesn't matter, right? Because we're going to get to Odin our way through as well. It's not even like their hand was bad. It's just like our hand is this deck that we're playing is super nutty in a world where your opponent's not interacting with you. Please stay. Please stay. I want to make my kitty purr. He's ready. He's ready, chat. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, 128 power Human Torch. That's adorable.
Victory.
The Iceman, just in case we needed him for the tiebreakers, chat. This board was so hot, we needed to cool it off a little bit. Put that one in game state shares in the Discord. Write that one down for the highlights. All right, chat. We had a little bit of a rough go of it to start. Can we close out strong and pick up another infinite ticket? I think if they changed Yellow Jacket to an ongoing, it would be a top tier card. Or that would make it worse under most situations, I think. I guess you could zero it or whatever easier, or... Nah, I think it's just different. Probably worse on average. I think Destroy is bad in Conquest. They have Cosmo Armor, which is kind of impossible, right? I mean, like, it's very polarized into Conquest. I think the Destroy deck's pretty decent in general, but you're right. If they have the cards that beat you, you're just going to die. We're gonna post that that last screenshot on Threads. Game board's got a little bit of clutter. Hopefully there's a Killmonger coming. They fixed the Gene Goose combo. I heard someone else say they ran into it after they claimed to have fixed it, so maybe they didn't? I thought I saw a note that they fixed it, but you're not the only one that I've heard say, oh, I'm having an issue with this. Another surfer deck, yeah. Oh, my draws suck. They tweeted that the Gene Goose interaction was fixed. Interesting.
Wakanda forever.
Thanks, I think. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just play Surfer, right? They forget the Mindscape was there? It was like glowing. Hey, Niner. Thanks for the entire year. Have a sword to go with your shield. Thanks for keeping me around. It's crazy to think Staff's been out for over a year already. Well, out for over a year. It's been over a year since we hit closed beta. Hey, Talk, thanks for the happy year. Maybe they'll release the PC widescreen UI for the anniversary. My understanding is the PC widescreen UI is supposed to be out before the anniversary. They said this summer, which means next month. We'll see if they hit that deadline, though. The formal 1-year anniversary technically isn't until a little bit yet. I'm gonna do this, and then we could go Wong into draw wave plus Psylocke. Hey, Trash Panda, thanks for the 16 months. Welcome back. And Jean Grey doesn't matter for us here. Is Odin better or is Dr. Doom better? Either probably wins the game, right? Odin makes my brain go burr a little bit more. Yeah, they can only play into the gene path. It's a shame they juggernauted our Psylocke, otherwise we would have gotten to go White Tiger Odin here, and then we would have gotten to have our cake and eat it too. Yeah, they should definitely be retreating. They're losing to Odin and Doom, I would imagine. What does Killmonger do? Killmonger kills their Bast and their Nova. Even Tiger is probably game winning here. I don't know what world, like, what is a card that I could actually have in my deck that loses to that?
Victory.
People just hate retreating. Just like the TLDR. We won by passing there. Yes, I believe that is accurate. I didn't even need a card in my deck. They actually lost us just hitting ready.
Opponent snapped.
Right, long to the left it is. It's fine. Just playing every card to the left for the rest of the game anyways, right? Want to draw Odin here in our next two draws? That is correct. We can't get jugged off a Wong here is a big deal. Okay, nailed it. Nailed it. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I don't think I could boomer snap them, but I think there's a chance they stay in for 4. I think if I press the button, they might actually leave, but they've kind of shown that they don't like to leave, so. Do not call my opponent's bots. Take a 10-minute break. Both go right now. This Odin's gonna make, what, 4 tigers? So, we're gonna get at least 1 more tiger mid. How do you train your white tiger that well without a split? I bought her the expensive cosmetic jet. Knickknacks, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back.
Victory.
My nephew's been playing Snap, and some time ago he said retreating was a coward's move. And I had a long chat with him, and it made me realize that's what a lot of people probably think. Yeah, that's a very common sentiment in my experience.
This land is always changing.
Well, I mean, we're definitely not retreating. Because they're on their last cube. We'll play us a Weird World game. Joke's on you, opponent. I wasn't sure where I wanted to play that card anyways.
Wind, aid my hand.
Easy come, easy go. Yeah, exactly.
Forever.
Why did they Wong like that? Because Gene meant they had to play on the left. They could Doctor Doom. Yeah, I wanna Gambit here so that way we can kill power on the left most likely to tie a Doctor Doom there. Maybe I'm just supposed to Ironheart instead. I like Ironheart plus Psylocke. Yikes, dead to Doom. All right, they get another game. Yeah, like I said, I think maybe I'm supposed to just play Ironheart. Playing the 75%er. Ironheart gets him every time. What I did is a little bit better against an individually big thing, but there aren't really individually big things in either of our decks, so my play was just bad. Or play for the tunnel, sure, yeah. Maybe we Gambit into the tunnel as a hedge. I think it's just probably just supposed to be Ironheart. What's her last card? Yeah, probably whatever their card more expensive than 4 is. Or than 3 is. Sarah, like a Sarah or a Spider-Man would be likely guess. Oh no, I have to play in the middle. How will I ever recover from this? Figure it out somehow, I suppose. How does Morag work with Gene? Similar to Flooded, it just turns Gene off. That's why Gene's interaction with Goose is a bug. It's that if possible text. It's our first Sarah on 5. Well, Sarah on 4, but yeah, this is the first time we've seen them play Sarah in this set. I believe they said they fixed the Gene Goose bug, but I also have seen people in chat saying they've been hit by it after the fact, so I don't know. Do we Odin or do we Zola? That's a good question. I don't know.
Wind, aid my hand.
I think Odin's better, right? Like, obviously I don't need the points in the middle, but Odin puts more points left and right as well. Makes our kitty purr also, but we have a video going over data mine August and September spotlight caches. Yeah, definitely. I need to figure out exactly how I want to present the information visually. Probably up on Monday.
Victory.
Please do not insult my opponents, chat, for the way they are playing the game. It's never okay in my chat. Feel free to ridicule them if they like emote me or do something obnoxious, but like just someone making mistakes. Don't do that. We all make mistakes and don't pay attention sometimes. That's a solid capstone today. We had some rough ones in the middle, but we had some good sets in there too. I don't know that Nakia was necessarily particularly good or batted here or Okoye, but it was fun to play all the Wakandans inside of a singular deck. It's almost 4 o'clock Central, and my wife is actually out of town with the boys on a camping trip, so I need to make sure that I am done in time to go pick up Haley for daycare by within the next hour. So I think we're gonna go ahead and call it a day there at the end of the Gold Conquest. I'll be back tomorrow morning. I'm gonna do my normal full stream day tomorrow on Friday, and then I'll be off Saturday and Sunday per usual. If you didn't check it out, I've had a bunch of useful YouTube videos up this week. Check out the verdict on Jean Grey here, as well as a review of some of the best caches coming up. As someone else noted, they did data mine what looked to likely be the spotlight caches coming in August and the first little bit of September. So I'm probably going to have videos covering some of that up before too long, likely early next week before the second week of spotlight caches roll over, so people can make some informed decisions on that. Everybody else, enjoy your time wherever you're at in the world, and I'll see you back tomorrow again, hopefully. Appreciate the subs and resubs as always. People keeping us solidly above our goal to help keep the channel ad-free with their primers and paid subs.